Alright. Looks like both streams are up and running. So let's go over here and update thumbnails and other such whatnots. There are like 12 people on my server right now, which is an insane amount. For just what's been going on lately, because this is a temporary server. Little bit weird. There's so many folks here. We've got our snow owls all finished. Our Managarmer's now done. We did let our dreadnoughtuses and our wyverns starve to death yesterday. Not on purpose. Yo, what's up, Bert? I thought they would make it through the night. I was incorrect. Just all the food got eaten. All of the food was eaten. But that's okay. The snow owls and the Managarmer made it, and I'm honestly not terribly concerned about that stuff. I did just realize though, I need to go ahead and fast travel up here and come get my stuff. Base is gone. No, Vert. Porque why? Porque why? That is terribly sad. I'm so sorry. Needed a reset. Why would you ever want a reset? That sounds awful. I hate getting reset. I died. Oop, dead. Respawn at the trough. Why don't I have... I need to make more armor and stuff. Well, what's the plan? What's the goal? What are we gonna get at? Oops. I left my cryopod. Blammo. Cryo. You gonna maybe go see about some Astreus? Ba-do-do, do, do, ba-doom, boom, boom, ba-doom, ba-do-doom, boom, boom, ba-doom, boom, boom, ba-doom. My plan is to play a different game till my tribe wants to rebuild, maybe play a new map solo. I understand that. Can't be taking on everything all by yourself. Let's get A man of garmers. Okay, we have a bunch of baby man of garmers. Where's the 281? Somebody. Why are my friends in a fight with these people? Why are people shitting where I fucking eat? Where is my breeder man of garmer? Okay. Where is my man of garmer? Why is it not in any of the structures? Why doesn't it exist? I need my breeder man of garmer, or I'm gonna lose my mind. Also don't have my RG. Holy crap, y'all. I just want to pop out another Managarmer, baby. But I don't think that's going to get to be a thing. I bet somebody else now owns my Managarmer. Because somebody was probably carrying it around in their inventory while they were flying around on an RG like an asshole. Okay. I am good and annoyed. Hmm. Okay, well, I guess we break out this other RG, which I don't think has a saddle, so we'll have to see about that. It does not have a saddle. Can I make a saddle? Of course not, because I turned all my chitin into cementing paste. I guess there's a little bit of chitin. There's a little bit of keratin. Let's go see over here. There was some chitin over here the other day, but I probably got rid of it. Yeah. There's some more. Pretty close. We only need 27 more. Nope. Perfect. All right. It is time for some more resource gathering. The big ticket here is that we're going to need more poly and more electronics, like a pretty significant amount. I have quite a bit of metal, I think. Still haven't transferred this metal over. We are also going to need to do some metal farming, though. Only got 9K here. Okay, so we've got 22K total. So that's... Let's go ahead and use up the rest of this charcoal. Also, something we're going to need quite a bit of is charcoal. And we're also almost out of cementing paste. So we have to get that worked out. Now let's go check on our stone. I think we get quite a bit of stone. Yeah, we do. We are going to obviously need some more stone. But for now, 78K will be enough. We're going to have to get ourselves some more chitin, make some more CP, make some more poly, do a little bit of all of that. Running up here to get poly and silicate actually worked out really well yesterday because I also got way more than enough flint. So not having to turn stone into flint has actually been a huge deal for me. And this is definitely where I'm going to come to farm silicate, obsidian, and flint in the future, is up in that northern area. And I'm just kind of looking around. I am fairly disappointed with the fact that it looks like my male Managarmer is gone. Pretty unhappy about that. But whatever. What are you gonna do, right? Let's yeah, we're just gonna throw out some creatures here. And we are going to get started. Oh, you know what? Actually, I need to make some more gear. I don't have kit on me anymore. How obnoxious. I don't have any organic poly, so I can't make. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I need to get a little organic poly here. Let's go check something real quick. I thought I had a spare Managarma saddle sitting around. Maybe I don't. I just want to go saddle up this new Managarma that I just finished raising. And use it. Go get some stuff done, but that doesn't look like it's going to be in the cards. We are going to put this Snow Owl saddle on one of those. Okay, well, we're going to end up having to wait a little while longer then. I need to get some meat, and I need to get some organic poly. I need to saddle up one of these Snow Owls down here. I need that female. This is going to be the one right here. Let's take a look at you. Fully imprinted, you're over 400. Oh, wow. Imprinted, you just get 10k health. That's fantastic. This is going to be a great Managarma. I wish it was a male now, so that I'd have my breeding pair back, but whatever. Let's just go get some food. Alright, that's enough corrupted nodules right there. And we'll get a couple of things of meat here. And that ought to be good enough. We'll go make ourselves some gear. And I guess the last thing we want to go ahead and do is we'll go up to the top here. We'll get some Tinto berries. We'll go ahead and make ourselves some more of these. All right. Should be everything I need here. We've got all of our kit. I think we're good. So we should be able to go ahead and get some farming done now. Honestly, probably the first thing we need to do is go get chitin. But honestly, let's just do some stone first. Oh, and some wood. We definitely need some wood. Yeah, so we'll probably do the wood first. That'll be a good idea. So we'll get some wood. We'll get that all put in its proper place. Because we've got a whole steam forge over there for it. So there's 300 slots in a steam forge, so eventually I should be able to fill up a steam forge per wood run without having to go back. That should be the goal, is to get to a point where your creature can carry a slot cap of wood, and then I should just be able to fill up a whole steam forge. And I really want to be able to do that a couple times. So I want to find a good spot to gather wood where I can do, like 3 steam forges worth, sort of all at once. And then I can get, 90k charcoal at a time. And if I could do that twice a day, then I could make like 40k bullets a day, which would be awesome. I would love being able to get enough charcoal for 90k bullets a day. Sorry, 40k bullets a day. 3 steam forges is probably where I need to be at in order to be able to do that. And if I'm going to be filling up 3 steam forges, which is 900 slots, I'd really prefer to be getting it sort of all in one go. The Redwoods is a great place for that, obviously. Oh, you know what? Actually, there's something else I want to try. I want to try punching these red rocks with a tech suit. Hang on. Let's just build a whole ass tech suit here. Because that's fun. And then let's equip my whole ass tech suit here. And let's go up here. So, the thing that I want to look into here is these rocks. So, if I tech punch these, okay, I got obsidian, I got flint. It wasn't a lot, but here's the thing is there's so many of them around here, and I am getting silicate too. And obsidian, and so I'm just getting all of the resources here that I can get without having to worry about bringing creatures over. And I can do this to slot cap. So let's look at the ratios a little here. What have I gotten? 81, 18. Okay, so that's not great. And it's probably not a viable option. But maybe it could be. I'm not really 100% sure, honestly. Just an interesting thing to check into. I don't actually need this tech suit though, so let's leave it in here. And last little bit is flint, which I go upstairs for. And hey, we've got exactly 8 seconds here until we can throw out our beaver. Get a bad boy out. Let's put those two in there. Oh. Don't actually need this stuff either. That's fine. Go right in there. Okay. It is time to farm some wood. We'll just get this RG to follow me. And then I'll just run around. I've mostly put weight on my little beaver here. So it's not great. It's not a super good solution. It can only hold about 5k, which is only about 50 slots of wood at a time. And this is not a great place to be farming wood either. Just as a general rule. But that's fine. Throw out all the berries periodically. And just go chop down some trees. Actually, we're still in the yellow there, so that's probably good enough. The RG has way more weight than the beaver, so this isn't really the most efficient use of this RG, but it'll be fine. This happens all very quickly. So even though it's going to take quite a few runs to fill up my steam forge over here, it'll be fine. Now we want to take half of this. Let's go ahead and turn this on. It shouldn't cook that faster than I can get more. So we'll get a little out ahead of this here. Come on. Ride the stupid RG. And gathering up more. So yesterday I was able to make 35 turrets. And I have tons and tons of gunpowder, tons and tons of spark powder for making bullets. And I've got plenty of bullets going. So I should finish an entire 100 turrets today, including the tech turrets that I need. Oh, look at all them stupid... Oh my goodness. Please don't be on aggressive, neutral, whatever dumbass shit you're on. Come back down here. I can ride you. Please let me ride you. Oh, I hate you. Okay, good deal. Back to farming wood. Beaver time. Yeah, but I should be able to get my full 100 turrets done today. So I will be ready for moving into a legitimate base location. And then worrying about making even more bullets and even more turrets and everything else. Oh, that'll probably be enough there. Great thing about this Steamforge thing is the charcoal and the wood take up the exact same number of slots. So I'm not actually losing a slot by running the char. I guess I'm losing a slot, but I'm not losing a bunch of slots. There are a lot of resources that give you less of what you're trying to get than you put in, like metal. And so you end up filling up more, which I guess is fine. But I like to know, my brain really wants to keep track of how much of different resources and stuff I'm gathering, so I can figure out, how much of things I'm able to make based on how much I've gathered and stuff like that in my head. I'm pretty much constantly just doing simple calculations about, how much of a resource do I have? How many bullets does that equate to? So before I even actually make the bullets, my brain is sort of letting me know, like, oh, okay, you've made 20k bullets or whatever, even though you technically haven't crafted them yet. Which sort of makes me get ahead of myself sometimes, where I'll like think that I have more of something than I actually do, but it can't really stop my brain from doing it. So yeah, we just deal with it. Should be pretty quick to fill this up. Then we'll probably go ahead and try and completely fill up our stone deddy over at the main base, where we make cementing paste. And then we'll go do our fun little gather everything, where we go get obsidian and silicate and flint. We don't need to make any more spark powder right now. We have enough even for a full steam forge worth of charcoal. A full steam forge worth of charcoal makes 30,000 charcoal. I guess 29,900 because you've got to have the slot for um, your element for turning it on. So a full steam forge will make 30,000 charcoal. 30,000 charcoal makes... I think you need 4 for 6k. 4,000 charcoal for 6k gunpowder. So 40 makes 60. So 30 makes like 45. Yeah. So 30k charcoal makes 45k gunpowder, which makes 10k bullets. Yeah. Yeah. So every time you fill up a steam forge, you make enough charcoal for 10k bullets. That's actually kind of crazy. That's way more charcoal than I thought you would get. We might go ahead and just fill up both of these steam forges. We might try and do this a couple of times today. 10k bullets only takes 5k metal, because you get 2 bullets per cook. So you're doing 5,000 crafts, but you're getting 10,000 bullets. It almost doesn't seem right, but I mean it is. Gotta love the makeshift mega lab. Pump out all the resources. So yeah, so for every 3, we'd be making 30. So if we could fill up 3 steam forges twice a day with charcoal, we could make 60k bullets a day, which is almost a slot cap for 100 turrets of bullets. It actually might be a slot cap. It is. It's over a slot cap for 100 heavies, which is crazy. No, that's not right. It's a slot cap for 10 bullets, not 100 bullets, because each carries 5,000. Yeah, so that's 10. My math was not math in there. So it's actually like 11 turrets. That's a slot cap of bullets for, which is pretty solid. Being able to slot cap 11 bullets every day, or 11 turrets every day, is quite a bit. That means within a month you could have 2 extra slot caps. Not quite with the 60. I have all of the auto turrets and like 40 of the heavy turrets already made. but we're not quite to 60 yet. We getting there. We getting there. No, I definitely don't have 10K foundations. I haven't even started on the foundations. We're working on bullets and turrets right now. You know I am. I'm a huge slacker. A huge slacker. Never want to put in the work. Just want to ride everybody else's coattails. Why are you always inside everybody's bases, bruh? Can't just let a motherfucker be. Naked fob on thatch foundations. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? Not saying I'm not porting loot here, like I'm not prim wiping. Only one pearl left to wipe here. Oh, kidding. What server is this? You still over on 99123 or whatever? More wood. So very much more wood. Let's go ahead and turn this one on too. Give us a little incentive to fill it up. I don't want to have to deal with figuring out how many element takes to do less than a full one of those. So, yeah. Just run it full. Jump, 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 jump. Rolling on 20s with the top back. So much money. Can't top that. I'm actually shocked at how much wood there is to gather around here. How well this seems to work out in the wastes. Shouldn't really be a thing. I just picked up a ton of berries. Holy cow, how'd that happen? Alright, that's probably enough. Fly this back over here. Get some healing going on here. 10,000 joules of healy juice stat. Right. There we go. We're fixed. Halfway there, we got about 3, maybe 4 more runs before we'll fill up our second steam forge here. And that'll give us 20k bullets. Running on my beaver, running on my beaver. Something I've been pretty shocked about is how many berries I gather out here. It's the wasteland. Why are there so many berries growing in the wasteland? I'm thinking if the wasteland has a good enough environment to support the growth of all these berries, then it probably has a good enough environment to support human life. Like, that just seems like a reasonable assumption to me. But what are we doing? You know? Why do we even need the sanctuary? We're good. Right, let's try and get these last 3 or 4 trees here. Jump. Jump. More tree. It's so far. I'm so slow. I have too much wood. Jump. Swimming in Arthro into easy as AIDS. I have no experience with that. Like riding it? Doesn't it have infinite oxygen? Ah, okay. I see, I see. Up on the shore they work all day. Under the sun they slave away. While we devoting full time to floating under the sea. We what the land folk love to cook. Under the sea we off the hook. We got no troubles, life is the bubbles under the sea. Doobity boop boop doop boop 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 doobity boop boop doop boop boop. Nobody beat us, fry us, and eat us in fricassee. here and get this one last tree. Come on. Come on, beaver. Good job. Good job. Yo, what's up, Yumi? How are you? Someone tried to raid me? I don't think someone tried to raid me. If someone did try to raid me, they did a very poor job. But someone will try to raid me. You mean OnlyFans? You mean solo? Because y'all keep running around killing people. No matter if he looks at the base. Maybe they're just interested in what the base looks like. Then maybe he is going to try and raid it. Who knows? If they try and raid it, then we'll just have to defend it. Which should be fairly simple to do. It's probably that same nerd that's been messing with me. Can't let that stop me from running around farming and stuff, though. Somebody tries to pull a raid, then we'll do something about it. But we're not just going to stand around waiting. Still got lots of gathering to do. Oh no, not the RG. I mean, did he kill the RG? Or did you try and fight him with the RG and the RG died? Because there's a big difference. Was the RG just like chilling and he found it and just killed it? Because that's a dick move. What an asshole. What an asshole. That means we gotta fight him. Kick his butt. Over and over again. Until he gets the hint. Let's go see if maybe he's trying to come back, or if y'all scared him off. If you want, I can invite you in my extinction server. I'm fine. good. I have more than enough resources. And I don't see anything getting built anywhere near here. So I think y'all scared them off. I don't see any cause for alarm out here. I think we're probably good. Or do you mean you want me to take your stuff to your extinction server because you can't do it without a tech suit? Yeah, that's fine. I can help you get your stuff over there. Let me put my kit away. Actually, we'll leave this here for now too. Yeah, just let me know what server I need to go to so you can invite me so that I can just teleport in with a bed with all your stuff. One thing I do see missing is here is I don't see any gasoline for this generator. Need gas. Yeah, cool. We'll wait for some gas to get cooked here and then while we wait for that gas to cook, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Um, they almost definitely found your base. But maybe not. Let's find out. Whoops. I'm gonna go teleport over there so that you can invite me. Your tribe. And then I'll come back and grab all your stuff and teleport over. Bring some extra bullets with me too. You ain't got shiznit for bullets. Alright, I'm gonna spawn Sanctuary East over by the Coliseum. And I'll just run over to the Coliseum if you want to meet me there. Or I'll crash. That's fine too. Yeah! I love crashing. Sorry, I'll be on a black screen for just a brief moment. Maybe, unless it takes forever to wrap up this stupid session. This is ridiculous. Oh, now my stream is crashing. Well, that's awesome. Is my internet about to turn off again? Nope. Now it says streaming again. I really don't know what's going on. My internet is freaking the fuck out right now. Oh. Sorry, y'all. It's for some reason not wrapping up my previous session quickly, so we're probably going to be sitting here in the dark for a while. Because that's what happens when my internet be stupid. This is so annoying. I am so annoyed. I just want to play my game. Pretty please let me play my game. Okay, game. I'm gonna need you to go ahead and let me play. Please, please let me play. Why do you hate me, game? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Sorry, y'all. We're just gonna have to sit here until it says I can play again. In the meantime, not even anything to talk about. Well, future dinos being made irrelevant. Shadowmane useless now. Maywings useless now. I mean, I haven't played with the new Maywing lizard thing, so I don't know 100%. But the Pyromane doesn't have the dismount effect that the Shadowmane does it? Because I thought that was always the point of the Shadowmane was the dismount effect. I wouldn't say that's useless. Also, at least those things will exist outside of um, those things will exist outside of DLCs. So once we get Genesis, we get the Maywings. So if you didn't buy Astraeus, then you'll get Maywings. And then when we get Gen 2 and we get Shadow Mains, if you didn't buy the Pyro Main, at least now you have the Shadow Main. So I wouldn't call them useless so much as finally a reprieve for people who didn't want to get caught up in the pay to win DLCs. Gen is not a paid DLC on ASA. If you purchased ASA, then you will get all of the original maps without having to pay any additional. So you just have to buy ASA. So that's what they said when ASA came out. If I end up having to pay for Genesis, I will stop playing this game. Yeah, I mean, you didn't have to pay for Extinction. You didn't have to pay for the Center. You didn't have to pay for Scorched Earth. You didn't have to pay for any of them so far. All you had to do was buy ASA. And that was always the deal. Now, the thing that's already upsetting me is they said we were going to get all of the official storyline and mod maps, but already um, on their roadmap, they don't have Crystal Isles or the Lost Island anymore. So we were told we were going to get X, then we bought the game, and now, literally years later, or a year later, we're being told potentially that we're not going to get Crystal Isles or the other one, which will greatly upset me. I mean, like I said, it's not a trust thing for me. Either they will do what they said they're going to do, which is give us all of the existing storyline maps for free, and I don't have to pay for it, or I won't play the game. You made me a promise. I purchased a product based on that promise. Either you hold up your end of the deal or fuck off. The same thing will happen. The roadmap doesn't say that that's all of the maps that we're getting. It just says these are the maps that we're preparing for the next 2 years. So as of yet, they haven't straight up said we're not going to get Crystal Isles or um, the Lost Island. But if at some point we don't get those maps, we were told we're going to get all of the existing official maps. So if we don't get those maps for ASA, then again, I will stop playing the game. And I will no longer support. Wildcard getting a heavy DDoS right now? Well, that's because they're a bunch of assholes. I'm just going over to the Coliseum. Do you know where the Coliseum is, Yumi? Yeah. I'll just meet you over at the Coliseum. Autos are fobbed on Vanguard, so Vanguard DDoSing. Joke, really. Well, I just assumed it was somebody mad about all the pay to win garbage. But yeah, that's pretty pathetic. Where the hell did you come from? Okay. You have beds, right? So when I die, I'll be able to just spawn, or when I come back, I'll be able to just spawn into a bed. Okay. What do you mean I'm carrying items which are not allowed? I didn't pick anything up, you dipshit. Okay. That was annoying. Stupid Diplo. Alright. Back to my server, get all this stuff. Teleport back over. You're just gonna meet me up there, yeah? So I can just give you all this stuff and you can start your construction. When you will spawn in the base, can you destroy all? Take the materials. Wait, I thought I was moving stuff to that base. You want me to move stuff away from that base? So you want me to go deconstruct your base? Okay, whatever. Guess we'll just sit here for the next 8 minutes. Do you have a transmitter over there at all? No, of course you don't. Let's go bring a transmitter with us. Same as last night. Just gonna be farming my life away. Gotta get all those turrets. Gotta get all that ammo. Apparently I'm also gonna go deconstruct somebody else's base right now. Yeah, Yumi's got a base on an extinction server that he doesn't want to deconstruct himself because he doesn't have tech suit. I thought he wanted me to bring all the stuff over to the base, but apparently I'm deconstructing the base and bringing it all back here. Oh no, whatever. Timers can suck it. That's how I feel. 4 more minutes. You know, that's a fair point, Twisty. That is a fair point. How could you ever need taxes when you can have infinite resources? All right. Um, is it up here where this bed is at? Or is it down here? Alrighty then. You want me to take apart everything? Way does this stuff throw out? This way, okay. Because I was asked to. I have no idea. Is it just this right here? There's nothing else? 9417, Twisty. I am probably not going to demolish this cage because that's too much effort and I don't want to. Cool. Honestly, I was going to drop this tech transmitter, but I don't think I am. I think I'll just go find me a terminal over here and leave that way. No, I have not. I'm serious. I won't pay for it until it's 100% complete. Not gonna do it. I am not interested in buying an early access map. I absolutely agree. It's on Wildcard, not the creator. Well, that's real fucking cute. Okay. Now I'm angry. If you don't end up getting the entire map for that $15, I will lose my shit. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Since I know that that transmitter works, since I used it just a minute ago. Oh, it's this freaking thing again. I'm gonna get bullied by this stupid Diplo. Oh, it's because I can't bring the Ellie with me, that's right. Whatever. Okay. Wonder if these can be transferred. Rid of all these too, just in case. Oh yeah, they blocked a bunch of the terminals. Oh sweet, now my tech suit. Whatever. Somebody's getting some free pieces of tech. Pretty sure that cost me more than we gained. Okay, whatever. Everything's just getting put into the stupid. Okay, that's everything. Oh, where did I leave my kid? Okay. It is time for me to get back to farming. Time to fill up on stone. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to fill this up with stone, this deady inside the main base. Then we're going to do a chitin run. And then we're going to go back to farming electronics and poly and flint. If you want to see the hard underwater cave, Yumi, just go to YouTube and type in hard underwater ASA. Hey, thanks, Party Wizard. Also, what's up? How are you? I can't believe how long you've been sticking with these 2-a-day streams you've been doing, dude. Been crazy. Been absolutely crazy. Yeah, the subs dropped off, but I'm just farming up the watch time right now. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. That's what's up. Good for you. Send you a video of hard underwater. It's quite big, good space for breeding. Prob's third biggest cave on the map behind Easy and Carno. Vertical is easy mode, and I'm going to exploit it for all it's worth. I disagree. Maybe I'm just stuck in my ways, but I would never watch a stream on a video game on my phone on vertical. Like, that's just such a terrible format to watch a widescreen thing on. You only get like the very center of the screen. There's no peripheral anything. I mean, it's just such garbage to watch. I don't know why so many people watch that way, but it makes me hate my life. I don't know, maybe doing it this way means that my only viewers are going to be no life like me. And so it's just going to hurt my viewership numbers, but I can't do it. I feel like that's YouTube though, because like I don't see vertical content on Twitch like at all. So I feel like specifically YouTube is just intentionally pushing vertical content and it doesn't actually show what people want to watch. It just shows what YouTube is giving impressions on. And that's hella stupid. Because, I mean, there's some vertical content on Twitch, but not nearly as much. And it drives me insane. The YouTube seems to be driving it so hard. Like, just let it go, brother. Vertical content's not the end all be all that they seem to think it is. I mean, it's great to be able to watch, like, at work, but most phones, I mean, just turn the damn phone sideways. It'll be fine. What's the point in watching it vertical when you can just turn the phone sideways? Especially for gaming content. I mean, there's maybe some content that I could see the vertical being useful for or fine for because, you know, like just chatting streams and even like political stuff or just whatever wouldn't have a problem being vertical like that. But gaming specifically, it hurts what you can see so bad and you have to play the game like jacked up screen resolutions so that it doesn't distort excessively to go into vertical mode. Like there's so much effort being put into forcing that format when literally all the viewer has to do is just turn their phone sideways and the vertical format no longer matters. So what are we doing? Why is this happening? Why are we doing it this way? We have spent decades getting widescreen and working on widescreen. I think it's all numbers. They're going to drive to content where people are watching. People are watching shorts and vertical. That's what they're going to push. And so that almost makes sense until you go look at like what all the shorts are, right? How many shorts do you put out for your gaming stuff? How many shorts do you watch for gaming stuff? Almost zero. When I watch shorts, I watch dumb shit, right? I'm watching comedy stuff. I'm watching little skits and stuff like that. I'm not watching gaming at all. My shorts feed is totally different from my regular video feed because those types of content um, those types of content lend themselves really well to the vertical format. But gaming specifically is completely hindered by that format. Why um why are we trying to force that? Why can't we have horizontal shorts? Where you turn your phone, right? Because gaming shorts would do way better, I think, if they were horizontal. So I think the problem is that they're looking at numbers and looking at what people watch, and then they're just conflating those numbers and saying, oh, well, most of our view time is on this vertical shorts content, so everything needs to be done in vertical. But it's because of the amount of time it takes to watch one of those videos, not because of the format, right? The vertical format is inferior 100%. It is just the time constraint of that format that makes it valuable. If you did shorts that were widescreen and gave the same um, functionality of like the scrolling and all of that stuff, you would find, I think, that people would turn their phones sideways and watch their shorts in a widescreen instead of in a cropped vertical format. I think we watch the vertical format out of necessity, not out of desire. Especially for gaming. Especially. There is no reason to ever want to watch gaming vertical. Or make a vault of 300. Jeez. Probably. I mean, unless they were just running freaking red drops all day, every day. It'd be interesting to see the numbers behind mobile versus PC viewership. Oh, I don't care. I mean, let's talk about it. It's interesting to talk about. And it makes me angry. I play better when I'm angry. Yeah. Yeah, that seems probably duped, Twisty. Mm-hmm. 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 confuses me is that they had this problem on ASE, and didn't they solve a lot of the mech duping problems and stuff in ASE? Didn't they get rid of like a ton of duped mechs at one point in that game? And now suddenly they're having the exact same problem on their new game. It's like they're intentionally going back and not just recreating all of the maps, but recreating all of the bugs and stuff that we had at every junction of the game during ASE as well. Like, Jesus, can we not? Yeah, so they did the mech wipe though, because they messed up and allowed you to use the tinker table to get more than capped mechs. That wasn't because they were trying to get any dupes or anything out of there. That was just them fixing their tinker table mistake. Because you were able to get like level 300 mechs and shit. Tried for years in standard, so I'm gonna ride it, see what happens. Been in your position. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking myself, but I don't care. It's hella dumb. $80k HP max was broke as fuck. Well, yeah. No, no, I wasn't talking at all. Didn't really have anything to say. We're just farming stone here, and I don't know. My brain isn't. My internal monologue is like turned off right now, I guess. Normally, I just say my internal monologue out loud, and that's how I keep talking the entire time. But I guess it turned itself off for a little while there. But I didn't have nothing to say. I'm kind of focused up right now. I really want to get all of this freaking grinding done. No, I'm not really getting bored of ARK. Um, ARK is starting to make me angry. But I wouldn't say I'm getting bored. But I do feel boring. So, like, I'm having a good time, but I feel like maybe my content isn't being very interesting. Um, because we're just sitting here grinding out resources and stuff a lot. So I think I need to do something to improve engagement on the streams. Yeah, I absolutely agree. But because of that, because what's happening on screen isn't terribly interesting, then that means that I need to be being more interesting with what I say. I feel like I've been doing a poor job of that lately. And also, I need to try and find a way to make the chat entertaining. Right? Come up with things that people can do in the chat to, create a little engagement and some stuff like that that will help make the streams more interesting. Because just me swinging this doed tail at a bunch of rocks isn't terribly engaging. And so I need to find something secondary to the stream that can drive some of that entertainment value, I think. Now we're getting all sorts of laggy. This is really fun. Yeah, whatever was happening days ago is suddenly starting to happen again. It's been this last 3 weeks that's really been getting to me. Whenever you got your towers up outside Carno, you'll just raid and breed. Well, and so I don't think that that's necessarily going to be terribly interesting either. Um, because that can get just as repetitive as farming resources. Right? I think the entire game experience is fun. I think doing this is entertaining. But as things stand right now, the only additional interaction with my stream beyond watching is talking to me in chat. And doing so in a very sort of archaic way, because I don't have, my emoji game is pretty weak. So really the only way to interact in the chat beyond watching is just to type whole ass sentences and talk to me or talk to other viewers. And so I need to find something else, because not everybody wants to talk, right? Some people just want to look around. I was watching Detestion stream the other day, and he's got like some Pokemon um, add-on in his stream that you register for, and you can like capture Pokemon. I don't know exactly what the whole deal with that thing is, but I may take a page out of his book and see about grabbing something like that, something that can happen in the chat while we're sitting here playing and doing this stuff. So during more boring times, people can trigger something to be happening that's entertaining to them. Because the real difficulty is pushing through the lulls, right? So not everything is interesting to everybody all the time. And so finding something that people can do when they're lulled, um, so that they're still here when something that they're actually interested in comes up, I think is the important thing. Bitbot weekends. Well, so it's not about having different types of streams. It's about having something else to do during the stream. The thing that will keep people here, because people will be interested in what I'm doing periodically throughout the stream. And that's why I think it's important that I keep kind of a running commentary of what I'm doing, because I think that helps bring people back, because they hear me talking, even if they're tabbed out somewhere else doing something else. If I'm constantly talking about what I'm doing, then they'll know, like, oh, okay, he's doing something that I'm interested in now. Let's go ahead and jump back in the stream and I can watch this. And so I want to continue to have that same effect, but instead of that person alt tabbing out to go do something else, if I can find a secondary activity for that person to do here on the stream, then they can still be entertained here while they wait for something that they're actually interested in watching happening on the screen. Because there's no way that I can entertain everybody for 8 hours a day. Right? I'm only able to do one thing at a time. Not everybody is going to enjoy every single thing that I do. But for the most part, I think a lot of those people still want to be here. But there's only so much of that boredom a person can take before they have to do something else. They have to go somewhere else. They have to find something that is going to engage them in the entertainment, whether it be active listening, active watching, or, some sort of video game or something like that where they'll actually be clicking the buttons. So I need to find a way to create that active engagement here during those times where different people are mildly bored. Um, and there are a couple of things that I think are important. So you all mentioned things like stream avatars. I may look into something like that. Certainly something that's consistent and persistent, I think, is important, because um, it gives people a desire to. Why is this lag coming back? Um, it gives people a desire to, like, sort of be the best or get the furthest or show off or whatever. So I don't know if it needs to be something that's persistent across Twitch or something that's just persistent on this channel. Um, I don't know. It's something I'll have to look into. I really, really don't know. Can't see your hotbar properly. You got a whip. Yeah, I do, but it's almost broken, which is why I'm not using it. What's wrong with the hotbar? Is it fuzzy or is it like half cut off the screen or what's the problem? Oh, okay, cool, cool. As long as it's not something I can fix. Yeah, I heard that. Heard that. What are you downloading? Oh, I thought you already got a Strauss. I thought you were playing it yesterday. Gotta get them Maywing lizards. Oh, gross. That's awful. That's really awful. Alright, this should be pretty much it for the stone. We'll be back up to just about a full um, honestly, I don't know why COD is such a big game. Like, give me a break, dude. What's going on over there? You've only got like one map. You know, that might actually be true, Twisty. That might be part of the trick. It wouldn't shock me one teeny tiny little bit if that was legit. Alright, we've got all of that. It is Megatherium time. Gotta go get us a couple of black capsicum. As bigger SSDs come out, COD gets bigger. For almost no reason. For almost no reason. The whole thing's a scam. And we all know it. The whole gaming industry. Honestly, dude, I don't even know. I don't even know. But I mean, so I guess a big part of it is like level of detail and stuff. So I think the big change came when you started having different levels of detail for different distances and different like machine capabilities, different rig capabilities. And so now instead of just having the model that you would normally see, you have like 6 different versions of every asset that need to be loaded, you know, as you get closer and further away and stuff like that. And so that certainly increases um, can I please? Why is this lag so bad? What is even going on? We're going to end up having to quit the stream again today early because I can't even play the freaking game right now. Can I land? Can I get off of my dino? Can I do... We're crashing right now, I guess. Holy crap, dude. Here's my problem. If you know it's getting DDoSed, and you know who's DDoSing it, how do they not? And how can they not be fixing it? That's a huge problem. Is it just all extinction maps? Is that the problem right now? I'm so annoyed. We're a bunch of freaking children, dude. Oh no, I'm gonna lose a base. Let me ruin the gaming experience for thousands of people. Whatever, I guess I gotta go get another freaking mantis anyway, because I lost my old mantis. Let's just go see about that, I guess. We'll take Pinky out there. Alright, we got 11 minutes we gotta wait. Don't have any food, so we're probably just gonna die. Did Wildcard get sued? I don't keep up with that crap. I don't care. I just assume that they've done a ton of really shady garbage, and that even if they haven't been sued, they probably should have been sued a bunch of times. Because they're now a large corporation attached to an even larger publisher. And that's just how business works in the world. You do whatever you can to circumvent laws, and if you can make more money by breaking the law, then it's going to cost you to pay, whatever fines or whatever when you get caught. Then you break the law because ultimately you're making more money, so who cares? And that's how everybody does it. You will not be successful in modern business if you're not willing to break the law if it's going to profit you. That's just the way it is. Which is dumb and I hate it. But it's the same. I mean, it's the same in video games today, right? All those people who are willing to break the terms of service or, break the rules in the video game are ultimately getting ahead by doing that. All those people who do all that stuff, if they get to keep any portion of that duped stuff above and beyond what they would have been able to accumulate naturally by playing the game properly, then even if they lose their accounts, even if they lose, 90% of those materials, they still end up coming out ahead. So it's still beneficial to break those rules. So if you can't enforce those things 100%, then you are basically saying that everybody should do it. And that's why so many people turn to cheating in online video games, because ultimately it's a net positive in most games. But I gotta use the restroom. Since we've got to wait 8 minutes anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and make a little food and take a leak, and I'll be right back. Well, so I don't even mean, Twisty, I don't even mean like from an RMT perspective. I'm just talking about getting a leg up in the game, right? So if I can dupe and I can have an alt account that I do all my duping on, and then I transfer, all of that stuff to my main account. And even if I lose most of what I've duped and that other account, if you take a look at, how much resources could I have gotten in that same amount of time if I'd played legitimately, if I'm still a net positive, right? If I've gained more resources than I would have normally gained, then that's still worth it to me. And if I have the money to be buying new accounts, then it's especially worth it to me. And that's not just true in ARK. And that's why people cheat so prolifically in video games. I think that's true in a lot of cases. I think a lot of people cheat uh, to RMT and to try and make money. But there are also a lot of people out there who cheat to make resources. Um, because in a lot of cases, they realize that buying the currencies or buying whatever they're getting in the game, right? Because RMT only exists because there are people who are willing to spend money to just gain an advantage in the game. And those same people will spend money on cheats to just maintain that advantage for themselves, right? RMT doesn't exist without people willing to spend money to gain the advantage. Hmm. I forgot to bring a stupid cryo fridge. Whoop. For sure. That's definitely true. But the point I'm trying to get at is that if you want to fight cheating and RMTing and stuff like that, then you have to find a way to make it a net negative. And if you can't make it a net negative, then you're never going to stop it. People who don't care about risk, then yeah, there's no way to solve cheaters unless you only use stream gaming, so they have no access to the system. Well, so that's not even true. There are already AI bots that are capable of just using the visual input to know what's going on the screen, because that's one of the biggest things about cheating is as soon as you have to inject something into the system, then you start having a problem. And so most of what these bots do is when they're hooking into the system, they're not usually hooking into the system to generate inputs. You can generate the inputs just on your keyboard and mouse locally without needing any access to the system. What they're hooking into the system for is data, like old school map hacks. They give you data about what it is around you that exists, because your computer knows what exists around you even through the fog of war, even if it's not showing it to you on the screen, right? The data your computer has and the visual data you're shown are typically different. And so there's a huge push in botting communities to use computer vision to run the bots. And we're to a point now where that's a totally feasible, viable thing for at least some pretty basic use cases. Maybe not for really, really advanced use cases, but definitely for basic use cases, computer vision is more than capable of doing what is needed to, gather resources and stuff in MMOs or move around a predefined path or whatever. And so now you're not even having to hook into the game system. So once you start using computer vision, it no longer matters if you're using a service like NVIDIA GeForce Now, because you can still get all the information you need to run the bot and play the game. And that's the thing that exists now. So even remote gaming doesn't fix that problem anymore. It would have, 15 years ago, but doesn't anymore. Which is why we now have systems like Vanguard and crap like that. Right. But the bot could operate off of just what you can see with your eyes, right? You can play with just your eyes. So can the bot. So it wouldn't be able to create like a map hack that told you where enemies were before you could see them. But you could get the bot to play the game, to gather resources, to farm creatures. No, of course it can't. But that's a niche use case, right? Most bots that are used in MMOs and stuff like that are primarily about grinding, right? They're running around getting resources, they're slaughtering mobs, they're doing stuff like that. So it doesn't have to be able to track a player, right? And except in very, very specific PvP situations where you need, ESP or whatever. Those are the only cheats that you wouldn't be able to get using computer vision, which would be great. But things like ESP and aimbot, and well, you would still be able to use aimbot, but things like ESP and stuff like that aren't really driving RMT, right? Those cheats are used by people who just want to win at PvP. The cheats that drive RMT are things like, resource gathering bots and stuff like that, automation, so that you can have, 100 computers running 100 copies of the client, doing 100 times the work that you would be able to do by yourself. cheats that are used by players for their single player to be better at the game are just kind of a drop in the bucket as far as impact versus true autonomy of an account. Right, but so if somebody raids your base to take your stuff to sell for RMT, then they're gaining the resources that a single person or, a tribe of 6 people can accumulate over time. But if instead they're using an automated bot that's farming and they're doing it 100 times, then they're gaining the resources of 100 players, not 6. Because a because an autonomous gathering bot can be replicated an infinite number of times, it just has a greater impact on the resource markets than something that allows you as a single individual player to, have superhuman abilities. There's just only so much a single person can do. Even with a speed hack, like you're only accomplishing so much. They can run 24 hours a day. It's insane the value that something like that can generate. Um, it's not easy, but it's getting easier. It is getting easier and easier every single day. And it's going to be a really, really huge problem in the future. Um, and it's going to be fairly difficult. The more advanced they get, the more difficult it's going to become to even be able to like identify these bots. Yeah, well, that's the point. Is that AI coding assistants are becoming good enough at coding to help you create other bots using AIs. And the computer vision AIs are lightweight enough that they can be run on a local machine. And so they can be completely disconnected from any sort of server or anything like that. And they can be, specifically trained just for specific activities and specific games. And as their ability to parse information improves, then the ability to make the account move in a human-like manner also improves. Because a huge reason that they're a little bit difficult and they look a little wonky is because they parse information too slowly, and so they don't react at the same rate that a human would, and that's one of the first things that give them away. But as soon as you get rid of that, right, as soon as they can parse all of that information super quickly and then get down their logic tree to a reaction, then they'll just look human. They'll look like really stupid humans, right? Because maybe their logic tree makes them do something really dumb. But, you know, you can't ban somebody for being stupid. And so there will be no way to distinguish between bad players and good bots. And then you're just effed. Which is why we need to start changing the way video games work. Oh, I just killed myself with my lightning wyvern again. Whoops. So the reason that bots and stuff thrive in the modern gaming space is that most games are competitive and most players play games to compete. Um, Whoops. Took a little too much damage there. And so, if you take away the competitive aspect of the games, then you take away the impetus to cheat. And so, hopefully, because people are competitive, they like to play games for competition. So, hopefully, as AI improves, it will mean that game AIs improve as well. And so it will become a cooperation between us to overcome the machine. And I hope that that will be enough to sort of stop people from wanting to cheat. I don't know. It's a very fine line. And so you have to find a way to give people a reason not to want to cheat their way to success. And I don't know what that solution is, right? I don't have the answer there. But stopping people from cheating isn't going to solve the problem. You have to stop people from wanting to cheat. Because if there's a reason to cheat, then there's always going to be somebody cheating. And if there's somebody cheating, then there's a reason for more people to cheat to overcome that cheater. I know myself, my competitive side came from hearing them cry. Well, you don't have a choice. They're going to get too good. Either you have to stop it, or every video game is just going to become us watching our characters play and not actually playing ourselves. You either have to stop them or you have to allow them. Which is potentially will always be cat and mouse. Wait, so you could take away the cat and mouse of it, right? You could just allow them. Any cheat you can create could be allowed. And then the cat and mouse starts to be not between the developers and the players, but between the players trying to overcome each other's cheats. Not at all. It just changes the way the game is played. Because there's still competition there, right? There's still a goal in the game. And so then you would have, you would have people who went full on with the cheating to try and win. You would have people who tried to win with the fewest cheats they possibly could. You would have anti-cheaters who only used cheats. That would negate the cheats of others. You would have, all kinds of different subsets of people. Well, it may not have worked in the past, but again, the easier and easier and easier it gets to create cheats, the more people can participate in those things. And when more people can participate in them, they become interesting. And, I mean, it might be a bad idea and it might just blow up in somebody's face, but does it become easier to detect it? I don't think that's true at all. It becomes easier to detect the types of cheats you've already seen, but it doesn't necessarily become easier to detect new ones. Because detection is just about looking for behaviors that we have evidence or experience showing that these behaviors correlate to some sort of cheating. But you can't correlate a behavior to cheating that you've never seen be used as part of cheating before. That's not how causality works. Right, but that's a behavior we already know about. And it also only works if you have data on every single player. And fairly in-depth data on every single player. And that also presumes that they didn't start an account with cheats. So if your way to catch people cheating is to look for a shift in how good they are, then all that player has to do is start a new account, which when players typically start cheating, they do anyway. And So then all of that data is completely useless because they've been cheating the entire time. So now you have no frame of reference there. When when you also can't just use an improvement in skill to equate to cheating. You could use that to flag an account for review, but you definitely couldn't be like, oh, you got better, you were cheating, even if the getting better was by a huge margin, right? That's not. So you still have to go look for some sort of behavior that is very specific to known cheats, whether it be bots or, being able to see through walls or whatever. So sure, you could flag an account that way, but you couldn't action an account that way. But if the skill increases, then decreases by a substantial amount, Tarkov has quests, and that's how they track players for cheats. That's probably how they track players to flag. Again, they're not actioning players based on varying skill. And if they are, then they have banned a lot of players that weren't cheating. Because you'll have good days, you'll have bad days, you'll have all kinds of different stuff going on. You still have to look at the account and watch it play, is the only way to be sure if you're actioning a bot or not. And then you have to see very specific behaviors, and if you don't see those behaviors, you can think somebody's cheating all you want. You can't action that account because you can't ban somebody who isn't cheating and then say, well, we've got to ban everybody who, meets these parameters. So why can't they ban people for cheating or who aren't cheating? Could you imagine losing access to your account because you weren't cheating? That would just make more people cheat. If I'm going to do the time, I'm going to do the crime. I guarantee you ban me from a game and I didn't cheat, I'm coming back to that game and cheating my ass off. I would pitch a fit. And if your game is known to frequently ban people, even if they don't cheat, in their effort to stop people from cheating, then you're going to get a lot more people who are just going to cheat. Right? If I've got, even a 3% chance of losing my account, whether I cheat or not, then I'm cheating. Because that's totally unacceptable to me. I'm not going to play by the rules, take a disadvantage to people who are cheating, and then maybe get penalized for it. That's never going to happen. If there's any sort of a chance that I'm going to get banned without ever cheating in the game, then I'm going to preempt it. The only thing that would be acceptable to me is if maybe it was fairly common for people who aren't cheating to catch action, but then there was an extremely active support team that could, within the matter of hours, reverse those actions through a review process. But you would have to have a shit hot support team that I could contact and be like, hey, I was just actioned. I didn't cheat. Here's my account information. Go do your review and then get my account back online, please. And that review process would have to be foolproof, right? I would have to always be getting my account back. And it would have to be extremely fast. And there's just no way that would cost more than just not actioning those players. So that's not viable as an option. That's why Tarkov had such a bad cheater problem. Same with Wildcard. If you have dupe loot in your base, whether you got it legit or not, dev wiped. Need to go to sleep. Good night, Hermit. Hey, good night, Yumian. Have a good night. Thanks for being around. Yeah, see, so maybe that's why I haven't had a problem with ARK yet. Is, I'm bad at the game, so I don't do big raids. So I don't ever have dupe loot in my base. But that's another thing that would make me quit, right? If I'm playing legit and I raid a base and don't realize that all the loot was duped, and then you come and dev wipe my nice base, I would totally stop playing. 100%. Oops, I was talking to myself again. So I don't see why they would dev wipe bases that have duped loot when they could just get rid of the loot. Overwatch, they got trusted players to manually review players and flag those clips. Yeah, see, I'm totally fine with that. I don't like the idea of getting players to do it unless you're compensating those players monetarily, because that's work. And I'm not down with free work. But, if those players are getting compensated in some way, then I'm okay with that. And not some bullshit in game cosmetic crap either, because that's fine. Yeah, YouTube content. Um, but then again, Overwatch needs to be doing something to promote that content. Or there needs to be like a minimum amount that you're making off of the YouTube content that they're going to pay you if you fall short, right? So if you're specifically making a YouTube channel about that stuff and you only make, $200 a month, the minimum is 5, then they pay you that extra 3, just like waiting tables and tips. If you don't make minimum wage with your tips, then the restaurant you work for has to pay you more. Um, and that would give them incentive to promote those YouTube channels so that those people could get the viewership they need. In order to meet those minimums. But you can't just have people working for free for your giant ass corporation. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. Over here, you get paid minimum wage. Any tips are yours and ain't counted into your wages. Yeah, here in the United States, it's stupid. The way we do tipping is totally asinine. I think I just flew over the top of a mantis. Ooh, there's a level 135 mantis. Nice. Let's see if I can kill everything else without killing it. Nice. Okay. Why is this mantis so aggro? It's just like attacking everything. You know who got this dragon vert? Oh yeah, is there somebody out there with a line of pink dragons? Oh, there's like a million pegomastics over here. Well, I've got one of their pink dragons, because I'm a badass. Where is this freaking praying mantis going? Grits? Okay. I don't know who that is, but thanks for the pink dragon. I'm just going to assume it's Vert's private line. That he just also has pink dragons. I like the white wings personally. I wish, it'd be cool if this back ridge had something and the belly had something. It's a cool line. I like it. I still like it. Stop aggroing everything, dude. Just chillax. It'd be cool if there was like a purple in the back of the neck and on the belly. That'd be dope. Oh, you know what? I didn't bring an extra cryo with me. That's okay. We'll just upload the Manus. That'll be fine. Can't wait to see you breed, see what wonderful color configs you'll go for. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I definitely am going to care more about breeding for colors than I am going to care about breeding for stats. Because I can always just go raid for stats and then breed my colors into the lines. It won't do a ton of good to breed stats. But especially during events and stuff, we'll go try and get some cool color combos to breed up. We'll have the prettiest dinosaurs on the official server cluster. For sure. Be hungry faster, you buttface. Eat my rhino horn. Howie. Stop it. Viggy, Viggy, Viggy. You've been a bad monkey. You have a soft spot for pink, though. I play a lot of Middle Eastern, and they weren't happy about the Pride, even where I got all the pink and rainbow dinos I could get my hands on. That's funny. Silly geese. I made it mad again. Let me out. You have no right to shut me in. Red event had some sick dinos. Don't care whether I agree. Did enjoy getting the colors. Yeah, I didn't even realize that ARK had a Pride event. I'm down. I like it. And I'll take all the events I can get in ARK, because every time they have an event, I get pretty dinos. And that's all that matters to me. Stop attacking things, you stupid nerd. He's gonna get himself hurt. And then he's not gonna freaking... No, you don't. No. No. You son of a... Ah. Fuck you. Hey, there we go. Nice. No, I don't want to go that way. I want to go this way. get all these drops while I do this. Oasisaur. I need to tame an Oasisaur just for fun. 15, level 15, level 20. Yeah, it's 105. I haven't done any of the map completions for notes or anything like that. It's something I'll get to eventually, but it doesn't hold as much value as a lot of other things. It's a fairly time-consuming prospect. Even if it doesn't take very long to actually do, it is going to take a while to learn where all the spots are. You know, you got to go through and like watch a video and go hit each spot as the video goes through it. I mean, it's going to take probably a couple hours at least. Okay, don't know where that was trying to take me, but not going over there. You can download a mod on single player to ping them all, load into smalls, and they're all pinged. Just dismiss them as you collect. Yeah, I'll figure something out. We'll get there eventually. Or maybe not. Doesn't really sound like an entertaining thing to do. So can we have another decent mantis, please? I don't even know all the characters in the story in ARK. I am just not a story-driven person. It does not matter to me one little bit what goes on in the story in this game. I am a mechanics-driven player. I am interested in how things work and what I can do within those systems. how I can manipulate those systems to accomplish the things that I want to accomplish. But I care very little about the storylines. Which is why I think, honestly, there's a lot of modern MMORPG games that don't really appeal to me. Like Final Fantasy XIV and stuff, they keep making the mechanics of that game easier. And so it's just losing a lot of its appeal for me. Because to me, I love a good storyline. I think it makes a game have a good campaign side of games. And I think there are lots of people out there, and I think that the game should have a good storyline. Um, because, it is so important to so many people. Having a good storyline isn't going to make me not play a game. It's just, it can't be the only thing, in my opinion. You need to have mother. Oh, wow, there's nowhere anywhere near this to spawn in either. Oh, this sucks. I just killed myself with my stupid lightning again. I dismounted while I was shooting it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I dismounted. What's up, little dude? That one's got all the colors. I am never gonna make it all the way over there. Yeah, at least there's that. He'll be with his ancestors. I think the thing that bores me the most about this game is how bad I am at it. Being trash is just so boring. They gave us more flexibility with keybinds to make it so much more appealing. That's true. I definitely would like some different keybinds. Because if I could put some of my most used items and stuff like that on some of the the keys that are nearby the WASD. Like if I could just get my first 4 hotbar items to be right there, then I could have like my weapon, my med brews, my parachutes, um, my whip, and maybe my bolas without having to like stretch my fingers and stuff. Hover on right alt. You mean on the tech chest? I didn't know that. Yeah. I mean, that's such a terrible key binding that I didn't even know it existed. Is it a toggle at least? Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know. It seems like cancer. Can I not like do a little shift space or something like that? Would that be my hover? I am so about to die. Yep. Maybe this way will be easier. This is so very much the opposite of fun. Oh, and I'm now going the wrong way. Oh, there's a big ass golem. I mean, I'm fine with the teleporting on the really huge maps. I think it gets a little bit excessive. Um, on Fjordor, you could basically get anywhere just by teleporting, and so it was kind of meh. But because it takes so long, and because it shows everybody where you are, um, and it makes noises to like tell people that you've just teleported in, and a bunch of stuff like that. Like I can get okay with it, but it's definitely too much. I'm definitely about to die again. This was not easier. Oh man. One itty bitty mistake. Yeah. I just black. I don't know. I don't know what I just hate everything about my life right now. Leave me alone. Stop knocking me into a freaking corner. I mean, this just isn't entertaining, like at all. Why does it have to be this punishing? I'm gonna have to go teleport back to my map, get another flyer, and come back. And by that time, everything in my inventory is gonna be gone. So I'm gonna lose that stupid new Rex saddle, which I was honestly kind of excited about. Whatever. They need to make the obelisks and maybe the drops universal cryo fridges. I think probably just the obelisks. But that way, A, it would drive people to use the obelisks more, which would make them a good opportunity for PvP and you would run into more people. But also, so that in situations like this, you could just upload your creatures into the obelisks, pull them out, and then just throw them out right there at the ob. It would make scouting servers infinitely easier. I mean, so that's fine that they just get blocked off. That's already supposed to be against the terms of service. So just make it so that can't happen. It's already a part of the game that you're not supposed to be able to block off the obelisks. So that's not really an excuse, in my opinion. Yeah, but you can't leave them saddled and stuff like that. It's just another barrier. I don't like uploading. Also, you can only upload them every 24 hours. And I think only being upload your creatures once every 24 hours is outrageously stupid. I also think that this pig is going to kill me before I can even manage to get back to my base. The 24-hour thing really gets on my nerves about the uploading. Because it also, the 24 hours starts from the time when you download it, which is really dumb. Like, why does my timer not start from when I uploaded? Why do I only have one Tapejara anymore? Where did all of my tappies go? What is going on in my base? Today is just not the day, man. I was in such a good mood when I got up this morning. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Don't have any clue. Just another instance of wildcard letting us down hard. so that you never feel like you can actually get ahead. I have made so little progress today. I've barely gotten any resources. We've been playing for 4.5 hours. I've only gotten a little bit of stone and a little bit of wood. Sure it is. If you can't protect your servers from being DDoSed, like, there's so many tools out there. There are tons and tons of video games and websites and all kinds of stuff that protect themselves from DDoS attacks all the time. It's always happening in almost every video game. Somebody gets their freaking underwear in a bunch and decides the game is effing with them or whatever and starts trying to do a DDoS attack. And it is constantly being defended against by websites and by video games and by all kinds of stuff. So it's 100% something they should be able to either prevent from ever happening. Well, maybe not ever, but either prevent a majority of the time, or something that they should be able to stop after it started at some point, right? A DDoS attack isn't just some magical thing that nobody knows how to defend against. Am I bringing everything I need? Yes. It's a joke. There's really no reason for it. There's no reason for it to be happening this often, especially. And barring being able to prevent the attack from happening, yeah, it's pretty, isn't it? But barring being able to prevent it from happening, you at least need to be able to identify who's causing it. And then IP or hardware ban that person. Because if the penalty is severe enough, and or maybe like you said, sue them. Because, I mean, if the penalty is severe enough, eventually they'll stop doing it. And it'll prevent people from wanting to give it a try. You gotta do something. You can't just sit there with your thumb up your butt. allowing the experience of every single one of your players to be completely destroyed. I want that RG, that red one. Oh, it's even got a little pink in there that I didn't notice before. That's pretty nice. I don't like the primary color, that like weird burnt red that it's got going on. But the orange and the pink wings. You could get something else in there. Be nice. I might actually get back in time to get my corpse. It might not have been a half hour yet. We got lucky with some timers. I need this freaking wyvern, dude. I need it. I let that baby that I was raising die. It starved to death last night. I healed it all the way up before I went to bed. But that wasn't good enough. I got anti-meshes and that easy with a full fob on me. Like GG's taking a break, yeah. Yeah, that would make me want to stop trying to fob too. The anti-mesh in ASA is so bad. It is so bad. I've lost so many kits and dinos and stuff like that over the course of the last couple of months. So much stuff. It always happens right after I decide to wear all my best gear too. I'd be like, you know what? I've got quite a bit of gear in reserves. Let's put on some good stuff so that if I get attacked, I'll be alright. And then I'll put it on, and like 10 minutes later, I'll just anti-mesh. Oh, did they finally fix Volcano? I didn't care. I just won't go over there. I'm not gonna risk it. I don't care if it's fixed. Yeah, especially on that north face. Couldn't land anywhere. Just boop, blip out of existence. Total garbage. Total garbage. Holy crap, I made it back. I am the king of the world. I almost want to get this one, even though it's only level 100, because that's a super cool purple. You know, that's not a terrible idea. Because then I can't just drop all. Fuck it. Yeah, we're gonna get this purple one. And we're gonna kill this love bug. Oh, please, please don't. Oh, it added effectiveness. Or added taming percentage. Because it was like 19%, now it's up to 24. The love bird, I thought. Is it the love bug? Oh well, who cares? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. I just like to murder them. All the things from all the events. That would be cool to be able to get a love bug tamed. That'd be really cool. Oh, that would be such a good shoulder pet. You're absolutely right. That'd be a great effect to be able to have. And they're so freaking cute. Yeah, right. Uh, I hate the monetization of video games. Just makes me so sad to be a gamer. I mean, the old version of monetization for ARK was probably the most ethical and consumer friendly monetization model I have ever seen in a video game. Except maybe the original Guild Wars. I used to rave to all of my friends about how good monetization was on ARK Survival Evolved. And the modding and all of that, like it's so important to me, and it's still one of the things I love the most about ARK. Even though I don't really play a lot of unofficial, I don't really play a lot of different maps and stuff like that that get made. I normally just stick to the official server network. The game has a lot of extra players that it wouldn't have because of how friendly it is to modders and um, how many people make new maps and stuff like that. Right? There's an almost infinite amount of replayability. Plus, being able to have unofficial servers and how easy they make that. and how easy they've made clustering servers. And there are so many wonderful things about the ARK business model. And then they just had to go take a shit all over it. It's like having it's like taking time to build just a beautiful, beautiful garden. And then instead of a water fountain on your primary water feature, you just take a steaming dump in the water fountain instead. That's how I feel about ASA's monetization. Please stop trying to kill me. I just want to feed you and make you my friend. I'm with you. I would totally let cosmetics slide, and I would not be shitting on Astraeus either if they released Astraeus when it was 100% complete. But this game is still registered as early access on Steam. So you're paying for early access maps on an early access game. That's insane. We can't be having that. Just give me the map. And if you're not done yet, that's fine. But don't tell me that yeah. Yeah, that's also a pretty big problem. Is how easy it is to get BPs over there. That's a really huge negative for the game. I understand that some people are casual and trying to play on the official network as a casual player is probably the least fun experience you could have in a video game. And a lot of that is because it's difficult to get to the same tier as other players. But I can't throw this out because I don't have a cryo. I wish that I could just kill the thing inside the cryopod. Because I don't actually need this tappy. I'm gonna go get this last drop. And then we'll head over, we'll upload our creature here. And then we'll be good to go. We'll get the hell off of this stupid map. And then, of course, we won't be able to go back to our map, so we'll have to go somewhere else to go farm, I guess. Yeah, I don't either. I mean, so they're just trying to get the casual player base to come back. They're trying to make it so that when you get your base wiped, it's easier to bounce back and to get to end game. And a big part of that is BPs. But I don't think that's necessarily good for the game. And if you want to do something like that, then, you know, doing events and stuff that would allow them to get access to those things would be better. If you want the casual player base back, focus on why they're getting wiped in the first place. What is it that you think is causing casual player base to get wiped in the first place? Yeah, tribes 50-man Devon small. Yeah, that's definitely true. Mega tribes are for sure a problem. That's another one of those things that's never going to get fixed, though. Because the only way to fix it is to inconvenience the crap out of everybody. I absolutely agree with that. For sure, for sure. They definitely need a stronger focus on fair play. And they could accomplish that in the exact same way that every other online service game in the world could accomplish it. You need to pay people to be in your game world. You need to have active game masters who are in the game world, flying around, making themselves known, watching player activity, and taking action against players in the moment. Right? I see you break the rules. I take action against you right now so that everybody knows that, people might be watching. If it's balanced and you get wiped, fair is fair. I absolutely agree. For sure, for sure. I think one of the things that companies that run live service games have started to do that I really disagree with is they try and obscure what it was that caused them. I don't know. They try to obscure what it is that caused them to action your account. And in so doing, they leave, cheating accounts active for maybe months before they action a bunch of accounts all in a big group so that you don't know exactly what you did that got you caught. But doing that just means that there are people who are cheating. Should I do this? Probably not. Am I going to? Probably. I think I've almost killed his RG already. I honestly should just fucking lightning him again. Where'd he go? Let's go ahead and... Yeah, it's a player. But I don't know where he went. I'm about to have a bad day, actually. Yeah, he was up here in the obelisk. I figured he probably tried to find somewhere to land or something. I feel like I would have seen him if he was running away. I thought maybe he came up to the top of the ob, but I didn't see him up here when I was up here a little while ago. Of course, maybe I didn't come up all the way. Maybe he flew down here to mess with my mantis since I was attacking him. Doesn't look like it. Hmm. Bad day. I wanted his stuff. I am, however, not going to try to upload at the green ob, because you never know. They could still be around. And then they'd get me. Of course, I could probably combo them. That RG is not a very good RG. I keep trying to right click to drop things instead of hit C again. It's gonna get me killed again. And then I'm gonna be omega sad. This is true. Could come back with a wyvern. I'd probably combo down just a regular old wyvern too, though. Features, mantis, upload, accept. Okay, good deal. We'll go over to the other obelisks and see if either of them are clear. And honestly, we'll go back down here and see if this dude was dumb enough to come back over to the obelisk again. A quick little strafing run. How did that dude get away from me? RGs are so slow. Like, I feel like he's just in the obelisk still. Just chilling in a light somewhere or something, and I just missed him. It saddens me. I wonder if this little platform thing actually works. Hey, it does. Look at that. Don't care about the Facilosuchus. Sure, we'll take a UD saddle BP. I don't know who made that, but they're a G. Saddens me that we can use console commands and they can get such. It also saddens me that we can use console commands. Even something as simple as the gamma really shouldn't be adjustable. This game's entire dynamic would shift so much if night was dark. One of my favorite ARK moments still from my time playing is super early on when I didn't have any idea what I was doing. I was on the island and it was nighttime and I had made myself a long neck and some ghillie. And I was just kind of creeping around sort of on the hill above the beach. And I saw somebody who was carrying a torch around, like gathering resources and stuff. And just like me, they were a new player, so they didn't have any idea that you could change the gamma. So they were using a light source to see, and I knew that if I did that, people would be able to see me. So I was like creeping around and shit, trying to play all stealth mode. And I headshot this dude and killed him with my long neck. And it was like one of my all-time favorite ARK experiences. I really hate when people put these stupid cryo fridges down to get in my way. But I can't. Like, I'll change the gamma, I'll get rid of the clouds, I'll get rid of, some stuff, but there's a lot of things that I just can't get rid of. Like, I can't get rid of the trees, I can't get rid of the rocks. I don't like getting rid of all that stuff because I want to actually be able to see the game. I mean, there's almost no point in playing if you can't see the stuff. So I will just always be at a disadvantage, which is fine with me. I don't mind. But I need to be able to see what's going on. And I need to be able to see the trees and the environment. And I mean, otherwise, what are you even playing, you know? We started putting foundations next to the cryo fridges as people starting to Fortnite to them. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they need to find a way to stop that from happening too. And honestly, I think it's pretty simple. When the drop comes down, it should just destroy all structures within a small radius. Like 3 or 4 foundations on every side. So if you build underneath it, it just destroys everything. I think they should totally let you build there and then just every time it drops. Hey, what's up, Squirt? Right now, we are trying to get off of this scorched earth with this mantis that we just tamed. We just tamed a purple and green mantis. It's an upload. And so now we're trying to get off this scorched earth. You have the X, Y, and Z for them. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. They don't. Same thing with the obelisks, same thing with, I mean, basically everything in this game. Let's just make some no build zones. Feel like red ob is clear. But then, like, it could just not be rendering. And I could totally be about to die. Yeah, absolutely. You should not be able to build on RD caves, drops, or obelisks. 100%. Give me that. What timer do I have? 2 minutes. Okay. I think we'll risk 2 minutes. Building on obs and caves is called Conquest. Hey, what's up, Maybe Rain? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. The way they changed cryopods, you have to spam and make no build zones. You've got to be kidding me. You little shitbird. So it's not that I don't want people being able to build in any of the rat holes or anything like that, Rain. I just don't think you should be able to build in the caves where the artifacts are. Because the artifacts are such an important part of the game. There's a reason that on maps like Crystal Isles, all the artifacts were just put out in the open to make it so that everybody could get them. And it was because locking people out of tech tier was such a huge impediment to progress and to really the ability to enjoy the game. And you need to prevent that from being able to happen. But there are tons of, rat holes and different stuff like that where you can build that don't block artifacts. I think that's fine. Even I would encourage Wildcard to create places that are underground like that don't have artifacts in them and are strictly designed to be base locations. The the meta that they've developed for ARK sort of makes it impossible to build on the surface. So, especially in small tribes. You will get away. Oh, stupid. I pulled out my stupid bow. Now I have to leave it. Oh well, not worth it. I wonder what else. Is it that maybe? What do I have that can't transfer? There we go. That's Conquest. When new servers get released, artifacts in caves requires people to raid the other caves to get the artifacts needed to get tech. I see where you're coming from, though, but most artifacts can be found on other servers as well. Center has artifacts in caves that don't work as base spots, and some in the open as well. Right, but that's what I'm talking about, is like Crystal Isles has all of the artifacts, and they're all just out in the open. And the reason that was done, well, almost all of them are out in the open, but the reason that was done is because it became such a chore to try and get artifacts. So there either needs to be like an alternative way to go about getting them, or you just shouldn't be able to build in those caves, or just move all of the artifacts out into the open world, um, so that everybody has access to them. I understand that in PvP, denying resources or advancement to other players is a great way to win PvP, but in the case of ARK, it's so difficult that it becomes a point of a pain point that's going to make people not want to play the game. Right? There's a fine line between cool, we can slow someone's progress to get the upper hand to feel like we're winning for a while, and now we've slowed their progress so much that they just don't want to play anymore and they don't feel like they ever have the opportunity to come back. Sure, but that hasn't been true for the entire last year and a half. And that also doesn't help people who don't have the Ingrams yet. When I started playing Extinction, I had to make a new character because the last time I played was on the island. My base got meshed, and so I just stopped playing. So I didn't play again until Extinction, and the server that my character was on that had all of the tech Ingrams got deleted. So my character got deleted. So I didn't have a character with the Ingrams anymore. So I had to get them again. which thankfully a viewer helped me out with, but not everybody has that privilege and that benefit. It would also be fine if there was some sort of a trading system in this game, because then that would promote, player interaction and trading and stuff like that. But because trading has to be done entirely based off of trust, then no, the server got sunsetted. The server doesn't exist anymore. And so my character disappeared when the server disappeared because it was just on that server. But I got meshed out of my base, so I quit playing. And I play solo. I didn't have a tribe. No, we didn't get dev wiped because we were cheating or something. I honestly don't even know when it happened because, like I said, I wasn't playing. I just tried to get back on to prep for extinction and I was unable to find my character. And it made me a big sad. We do trading, there's discords groups that have reputation logs and such. You can look up people's. Sure, 100%. That absolutely exists. And I think that those Discord servers are extremely, extremely useful. But the fact that the community has had to go so far to make trading possible in the game is kind of insane. Especially considering how important it has become to the game. I even let people build on my server tax free, let them trade boss tributes to us for dinos, RDs, ARB, etc. And so it'd be great if everybody that I interacted with I could just trust. Because I want to. And so honestly the big problem for me is that I will trust those people. I'll just go make trades, assuming that the other person is going to be on the up and up. Right? There are people in my base right now. These 3 people are not really in my tribe. These 3 people are viewers. And I just gave them access to my base and said, hey, use my dinos, use my base, whatever, get yourself built up a little bit, and then go make your own base. So, I wish that I could just do stuff like that and be able to know for a fact that nothing bad is going to come out of it, because I'm an extremely trusting person, and I just want to go trade with you and trust and whatever. But that's just not the reality of the game. And if you just trust everybody all the time and just do things on the assumption that people are going to, follow through on their promises, then you will end up losing more often than you win. Because there is no system to guarantee those trades. There's no system of escrow or whatever. And that's because you don't have that, allowing people to be able to completely lock everyone else out of such important resources is just really bad for the game. It's a lot of things compounding to make what would normally be a minor annoyance an almost insurmountable problem. All right, so what's going on? Okay. That's right, I was gonna go get chitin. Things seem to be running okay on here right now. So let's actually go ahead and go get my chitin. Let's be a little careful. Yumian said there was somebody with what looked like a fob built over here by my base earlier. So let's not fly too close to the corners and stuff like that, where maybe some turrets could be. Could potentially shoot me. Little self-preservation goes a long way. I love Turtle Squad's super lime green manic armors. I'm so jelly. So jelly. If they could get that red side on that green mana, that'd be super hot. Super hot. All right, gotta wait for 160 seconds here real quick. And we'll throw out our Megatherium and get after it. There's actually a gas generator in here, but I never use it. I should probably just put a teleport over here, but meh. I'm not going to be on this server for all that much longer, so don't really matter. Help. I need somebody. Help. Not just anybody. You got another base spot in mind? Yeah, I'm moving over to a server owned by one of the viewers. They've got a spot for me. So I'm going to move over there. because this server is a temporary server. So on February 28th, it's going to go bye-bye. We are in the process of trying to make all the turrets and ammo and stuff like that we're going to need when we move into this base spot. The island. Island. I think the island is just a solid home server. Um, Smaller server, so it's easier to scout, easier to keep fops down, stuff like that. And it's got some good base locations. So no, we're going to be moving into a Carno. Indeed. As a solo with an obscene amount of free time. I play somewhere between 12 and 16 hours a day, so. I have the world's best online timer or the fastest outside defenses. We'll see. I mean, I might get killed. I might get wiped. I mean, that's a part of the game. We'll be putting up as many defenses as we can. We're going to try and get over there with 200 turrets to start. I've got about 45 of the heavy turrets made yesterday. So while we've got this 4.5 gather speed or gather rate going on, I'm just gathering up, making bullets, making turrets, doing all that stuff. So the goal is by the end of Love Evolved to get myself 200 turrets and as many bullets as I can possibly get for them. That'll probably be 80 heavies. Nope, sorry, 120 heavies, 80 techs. And then we'll bring all that stuff over there. We'll set up 2 nice fat walls and start going from there. Center Nav has the best rat holes in game. So the problem I've been having, I did move to a center rat hole for a while, a few weeks ago, but I got meshed in that rat hole. So a lot of my experiences with the center and stuff was just a lot of meshing so far. And so I'm a little concerned about moving to a center server. I think there's a better opportunity to stay more permanently secure on the island. And I also think that the island servers are slightly less contested. Because like you said, people really like the aberration and center spots. Any spot can be meshed, and they recently patched the method people use to shoot through walls. Oh, well, that's good. That's really good. Yeah, I mean, I understand. that cheater's gonna cheat, but the newer the map is, the less time they've had to close mesh holes and overcome mesh systems and stuff like that. Mesh methods, sorry. So you're just naturally going to have more of a problem the newer the map is. I mean, when Extinction came out, there were like giga-sized mesh holes in the map. The fewer methods there are, the fewer people who will know them. So the fewer people you have to worry about trying to mesh you. Just a numbers game. If you have some people helping you keep watch, you might be okay for a bit. The main issue with Carno is it can be easily offline pushed, especially with a Stego can fit through the water portion. That's true, but a Stego can't fit through the entrance, like all the way down to the water portion. So you have to push it to a point where you can throw a Stego out, which means if you've got cliff plats back inside under the water, they should prevent people from being able to place down a cryo fridge close enough to be able to get a Stego thrown out into the path where they can actually get down into the water. So they're going to have to push all the way through without a Stego before they get to the water portion, then go down there and blow up your cliff plats, and then try and swim a Stego through to get that other, your next wall. So I think having lots of turrets behind the entrance to the water, so that as they come around that corner, there will be turrets to contend with, will significantly slow down attackers. Then you put cliff plats down in the water. You put more turrets down in the water. You put a whole wall behind on the exit of the water. And that should cause some pretty big difficulty, especially because you can get lots of techs up above the water, which are going to shoot riders off of the back of those stegos. So if you pay attention to your turret settings and stuff, it should create some additional difficulty with getting through there. I mean, naturally, eventually they will get through, but the goal is just to make it take long enough that I can get online and get some defense going. I mean, there isn't any base in the entire world that can't be raided. It's just all about, can you make it take long enough that you're going to be getting back online? And maybe I can't. Maybe it'll all blow up in my face. I did not know that. Did not know about the explosive spear. That makes sense. You owe me a saddle. Speaking of explosive spears. But we'll see what I can do. Not 100% sure it's going to work out, but it might. Why are these buttheads throwing rocks at me? Stop. The reason I suggest rat holes because of Tesla turrets. We threw a carbo into a rat hole with 1 and 200k carbo died within 5 to 10 seconds. Crouch rat holes with Tesla turrets are very broken. That's a very good point. But crouch rat holes have always been better for defending. Like, that's just when you have a smaller entrance and you have fewer options of stuff that you can get inside those rat holes, you just have a more difficult time raiding. But the other side of that is that either those places are so good that they are absolutely taken on every single server by tribes way bigger and stronger than me. So I'm not going to have the ability to raid those tribes out. Or they're small, and so I'm not going to have the ability to do all the things I want to do in them. There's always a trade-off. But I do like the idea of Tesla turrets. I assume you had it on the setting that made it do... Well, I guess you were raiding. So I assume they had it on the setting that make creatures take more damage, the cracked armor or whatever. It's good to know that that has such an insane effect on... Not at all. Not at all. I mean, I'm pretty well past the idea phase at this point. A, I don't have a ton of time because this server is going to sunset. And B, we've spent a lot of time considering our options. So I'm not really looking to change my mind. But that doesn't mean we can't talk about the pros and cons of the different options. I don't know, if you absolutely had your pick of any base location in the entire game, like guaranteed it wouldn't be taken, what base location would you pick? Assuming I have a full tribe, island ice by far. Okay. That's interesting. I've never lived in island ice. Um, I mean, primarily that's probably because I've played solo for the entire almost 6,000 hours that I've played ARK. I pretty much exclusively play solo small tribes. So I've never really had one of the good big base locations before. But I don't even like ever think about island ice. I mean, I guess I always see it built every time I'm on an island server. There's always tons of spam and stuff outside of it, but I didn't realize it was so popular or considered so good. It's always been one of those base locations that I guess just didn't really register for me. That's interesting. What about if you were a solo? Or do you just not play solo? That's also totally reasonable. Playing solo sucks. But also, playing with other people sucks. I would probably build the Ab Portal Crouch Rat Hole or the Waterfall Center Ocean Rat Hole. Are you talking about the one that goes way down on the center? It's like a giant crack that just goes down forever. I would play in that location because I think it's really strong. But just how dark it is and stuff in there would drive me insane. I'd never want to be in my base. I would hate it. I would never play there. I don't ever really think about building on Aberration. One of the few times I ever joined a tribe, we built on Aberration. There's actually quite a few center rat holes that are very good. It's at the bottom of the world border. Oh, interesting. Okay. I use a couple. Um, just these top four. Get rid of the cloud, get rid of the fog, get rid of the shadow, and get rid of the grass. But those are the only ones I use. And every now and then I'll rock a little gamma if I go into a dark cave or something. But I like to be able to like see the trees and the bushes and all the rocks and all the mesh and all that stuff. I don't like to get rid of that stuff. I wish that it wasn't possible to get rid of that stuff. I think it's incredibly stupid um, to have all of these things in the game that you could like hide behind. Yeah, one sec. I'll show you. Let me get away from these stupid golems. So the way I put in my console commands is the way you have to do it if you actually play on a console. But I like it because it saves them. And I can just go in there and click them. But, so if you go into your settings, and I think it's advanced console access, yeah. So you go into your settings, go to advanced, and click this console access on. Then when you're here in the escape screen, there's this console command button in the bottom left. And you just click that, and you can punch in your console commands, and it'll save them. And the last one that you used will always be the top one. So I just do them from down here. I'll do this one, this one, this one, this one. And they'll always be in the same order. Right there, easy peasy lemon squeezy. I just copy from Notepad. If I use the break up the commands, you can... Yeah, so if I was using a whole bunch of them, I might do that. Sure. People have sent me a lot of console command files and stuff that they use. But I like my little 4. Makes it easy enough to see what's going on around me. Gets rid of some of the glitches and stuff that I've had. But it doesn't mess with the game too much. I would never be able to deal with like not being able to see trees and stuff like that because I would just fly into them. And then I wouldn't know what was happening and I'd just be stuck and like it would be a nightmare for me. Have you noticed the input delay from the last patch? There's console commands that help fix that. You know, I haven't noticed any input delay at all. It hasn't really come up. I play on NVIDIA GeForce Now, so I don't even play on my local machine. So there's a small amount of input lag already that is sort of compensated for by NVIDIA GeForce Now software. So it's possible that I just haven't been noticing because A, I've gotten used to it over the years of playing on NVIDIA GeForce Now, and B, that compensation may just be making it not look like I have input lag when I do. I haven't really noticed any input lag at all. It's also not something I would want to have to deal with. Like if there's a problem like that, then I just expect Wildcard to fix it. I'm not gonna go through the effort of fixing it myself. That's ridiculous. Just fix the game. But I don't like to do new things. I'm very set in my ways. You got a whole lot of information though. Holy cow. Your hours in this game must be off the chart. I didn't even know there was an input lag problem. I'm supposed to be keeping up with stuff like that. Ad streamer. Is it unnerving about probably more sad than impressive? Not at all. Dedication is impressive no matter what form it takes. In order to be willing to put in an amount of hours that somebody would find unnerving, there have to have been times when, you were bored or you didn't really want to play or, something like that, but you knew you weren't going to have the level of success you wanted if you didn't do it anyway. And so you did it and you pushed through those times so that you could end up having the most fun that you can have during those other times and reaching those goals. So I think that's very impressive because I have frequently not pushed through those times in video games that I've played or, in real life things that I do where I'll hit a bit of a wall or, I just won't have the motivation or the energy that day and I just won't do it. And I never, if you allow those times to happen, then you will just have less success at the things that you want to have success at. So if ARK is that thing for you and you want to be successful at it and you want to play at a certain tier of gameplay, then being able to persevere through those times is important and it is impressive. Get over here, you stupid bird. I need to give you things. Pretty sure I'm somewhere close to 30 or 40,000 out. Ooh, wow. That is impressive. Holy shnikes. See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm impressed with my, 6,000 hours. Oh, I froze the RG. Son of a biscuit. Stupid RG. Oh no. Okay. This is going from bad to worse real fast. Okay, that one's got 30 minutes. This one's only got 3. Let's get this out. Okay. Let's move. Nope. move over here where I can easily hit the ride button. Okay, we made it. We're good. Nothing crazy went wrong. That was an exciting experience. By exciting, I mean not exciting. I want that lime green. Look at it. Got it. So adorable. So friggin' adorable. Was that a yellow drop? Nope, blue drop. Meow. Beep, 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 beep. We're gonna go over here to where our teleporter is, because that'll just be easier than running back and forth inside of our base. We'll go depot all this chitin real quick and start making up. We should make almost 20k cementing paste. And then we will go start farming silicate, flint, and obsidian up where the King Titan is at. Hopefully that should help us make some more turrets. We already have, I think, 22k metal, so that should be enough for now. We will have to make some more metal runs and fill up our steam forges at some point. We also need to go take all the charcoal out of the steam forges. Should probably do that before we go do the King Titan stuff. Because we've got almost 60k charcoal over there, so. Should be enough for about 20k bullets. The steam forges and the makeshift mega lab make making bullets so much better. Or I guess so much easier. I guess I wouldn't call it better. Because now it just means that everybody has that many more bullets and all the bases are that much harder to raid. But yes, it is. So I have found One thing that I hate about making ARB is the time and or space it takes to turn stone into flint. I really, really hate turning stone into flint because either you have to spend hours and hours and hours doing it, or you have to have like a bajillion grinders, and that annoys the crap out of me. But I have found, since I've been playing on this server, that so when you come up to the King Titan's lair, you've got all those silicate. What do the Facilos do? Are the Facilos grinders? I actually haven't ever used a Facilo. It wasn't playing when Scorched Earth came out, so I've never had one. Oh, they get straight flint. Okay. So what I've found has worked really well is up here where the King Titan's at, and you've got all of those silicate rocks. The silicate rocks also give you flint with the Yankee. So you get obsidian, you get flint, and you get silicate. So you can make spark powder, electronics, and hard poly from what you can get up here. And so I spent like a couple hours up here yesterday, but I got a ton of flint, and I ended up not needing to turn any of my stone into flint, which made me really happy. So I'm probably just going to keep doing that, because I prefer to keep like hard poly and stuff, at least until we get like Crystal Isles or something, and I can just go to Bee Cave. Let's see. Let's throw out. If you want to mass produce, Fasla is the best for flint. That's interesting. I will have to look into that. I like the Facilosuchus. I think it's a cool looking creature. Yeah, I remember the path on Crystal Isles. You know, you could just go down the river with like an Anki and just get a whole mess ton of flint and metal and all that stuff, because it had all the regular rocks, and then it also had all the metal rocks. So you just float down the river swinging Ankis. I used to take a crab over there when I was playing solo, and I'd just crab walk an Anki down the river. And then I'd yeet it over the mountain and take it to Red Ob. Whoops. Go to another server. Base, teleport. Oops. Wrong one. Maybe Rain, thanks for the follow over on the Twitch. Welcome more officially to the channel. I really appreciate that. Always nice to have people who like to be active in the chat around. Keeps me talking about things and doesn't make me have to think of all the things to talk about. Because there is a limit to the amount of knowledge I have about this game. Like I didn't know anything about the Facilo. Is there anything else that the Vassallo can be useful for? Because they are a super cool creature. So if they can be useful, that'd be great. Ain't that a bummer? Alright, we'll get one anyway. Yeah, the new Meguana is awesome. I am not buying Astreus until it's 100% complete, though, because I think buying an early access map and an early access game is insane. And I'm actually pretty angry at the general monetization strategy of ARK lately. So until it's all the way complete, I won't be buying it. So no Meguana for me. Which is too bad, because boy howdy would it be great. If you don't own the map DLC, can you even use creatures that are on the map? Because I know in ASA you were always able to, but that tends to not really be a thing anymore with ASE, or sorry, with ASE you could, but in ASA it tends to not be a thing. But I'm not terribly worried about it. I don't really have a big breeding operation going on right now. So at some point, it's definitely something that I want to do, just because I won't have the ability to raise lots and lots and lots of creatures just as a single person. And so I will rely very heavily on the Maguanas. But I'm not quite there yet. So probably I'll just wait until it gets 100% and then I'll buy it and go use them. But I appreciate it. At least they're doing that, though. And allowing people to use the creatures from that DLC, even if they don't have the DLC. Because that was always one of the things I liked the most about the monetization strategy of Survival Evolved. All right. Bammo. While we wait for this 5-minute timer here, I'll probably try and get myself something to eat at the base. Do I even have any food? Probably not. I never have any food. What about this dude? You got any eggs for me? Alright, well, that'll be fine for right now. We're gonna hang out. Well, we'll just go hang out up here while we wait for this timer so that I can throw out my Anki. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back in a minute. Okay, we back. Also had to stop off and get myself a little banana and peanut butter action out of the kitchen. Because I wanted something a little sweet. Let's get in here. Let's make another 1,000 gun. And a bunch of cementing paste. Yeah. And we'll teleport back up here. And we'll start eating my banana real quick. Because banana and peanut butter is the best food. There's no space heater in my kitchen. And our central heater is broken right now. It's not terribly cold. It's only like 30 something degrees outside. But my banana is almost frozen. It's like super cold. It's like ice cream. Banana ice cream with peanut butter. Hmm. So this is what I was talking about earlier, though. You've got all these silicate things, and this is definitely not a faster way to farm silica than um, running around with an anglerfish and getting pearls. Um, that's definitely faster, but you also get a mess ton of obsidian and flint. And so I find that I actually really like this farm because it's got a ton of resources that are incredibly valuable to me. Especially for getting started with a new base. Um, if you've already got a huge base, you might not need as much obsidian and stuff because you might not need to make a bunch of turrets or, something like that. But when you're like me and you're trying to build up to make a new base, I mean, you're getting electronics, you're getting poly, you're getting spark powder, you're getting a little bit of stone if you wanted it, although getting stone with a dode is so easy that I just don't see the point. And it's fairly tightly compact. And this whole area has these red crystals. So all the way around the outside of the King Titan's lair. There are also just some straight up obsidian nodes over here, which I go ahead and collect. Since I am also here for obsidian. I'm assuming your viewers is going to supply you with arts for the Carno. What do you mean arts for the Carno? You mean so that I can get some bosses done so I can get Ellie on that map? Yeah, probably I will, I'm sure we'll figure something out so that we can share all the artifacts and stuff. But I'm also going to be bringing a bunch of element with me. I just finished up taming another mantis. And so I can get about 450 to 500 Ellie from a 25k node with my mantis. And so, I mean, that only translates into 100 Ellie on another server. But doing a 25k node is pretty simple with this good wyvern that I got. So, yeah, I'll probably just farm a bunch of those as well. Because I'll need a little more Ellie to make um, turrets and stuff like that anyway. But yeah, I'm sure we'll be getting together, figuring something out to share arties, because there's also the arty down in the bottom of Carno. And I'm sure they're going to want access to it as well. But I want to try and bring as much of that stuff over there as I can with me beforehand. I already have like 60 something element worth of dust. that I've picked up just from, farming dust. So I guess that's another path I could take, although I think it's actually faster just to do the 25k alley nodes than it is to dust farm. At least with my kind of poopy doed. Doing element veins is fun anyway. I like to do them. I try and get some of those done tomorrow. If I can get most of the turrets that I want to make made tonight, then we'll do some LE veins and stuff tomorrow. The way I have it set up is we public the Gamma Monkey boss arties so the small tribes on the server can run for element. Yeah, so when I played right at the launch of ASA, and I was on an island server, and we had a pretty similar setup where so I was living in a pearl cave, one of the small pearl caves, and I was pretty much the only solo, but there were 4 or 5 big tribes on the server as well. And so we had a Discord, and we would just put in the Discord whenever we were farming certain resources. And then, yeah, the same thing. We just had public teleports and stuff that went to a lot of the arties. And we just all shared that way. And then I actually made my teleport public at one point because everybody wanted to get all of the notes, the survivor notes. And so everybody came into my base because, there's one in all the pearl caves. And so we were just hopping around, having a good old time. It was honestly one of the best experiences I've ever had in ARK to play on that server. And then, of course, not even 2 weeks after transfers opened, somebody came and meshed my pearl cave. And so I quit. But here we are, back again, gonna find ourselves in the exact same position again. Getting meshed all the time. Actually, this time around, so I wasn't streaming before when that happened. But this time around, the person who meshed my center cave actually came into the chat and was like, sorry I meshed you, but if I didn't do it, somebody else would have, so I might as well. I was like, wow, what a stupid way to see the world. It's kind of the one thing I can't deal with. I could probably get over aimbots. I could probably get over ESP. I just can't get over the meshing. It angers me so. good of you to, yeah, if you knew how they do it, makes it a lot easier to prevent it. Well, so this person used the enforcer glitch on me. And I mean, honestly, I didn't have any internals. I I really don't like doing things to work against cheating. I just have this like mental block for protecting myself from cheating because it's cheating. So you're not supposed to do it. So why should I have to defend against it if nobody should be doing it? That's dumb. And so my brain just like doesn't let me prepare for the inevitability. And it upsets me every single time. I mean, that's fair. It's just always been my opinion. So it depends, I guess, on where your wall is versus where your internals are. So I was in a really small, um, in a really small rat hole. And so there was no way for me to put internals without taking away from the potential 100 turret cap at the main entrance. So I wanted to make sure that I had all of the available turrets outside instead of wasting some of them on like a half-assed defense inside. And so even though I never really got to that point, because I never actually put the turret cap out there, that was kind of my thinking was, why have 10 turrets inside in case they get through the wall when there can be 10 more turrets on the wall? So absolutely, if your base location is large enough that that's not going to be an issue, then for sure you're going to want as many turrets as you can inside. But that wasn't going to be really a thing at this base location. Oop, I was talking to myself. So yeah, dimorphodons are probably where I'll go with aggressive internal dinos because mostly they really only have to be able to attack a person. And, dimorphodons are pretty effective for being able to get around and stuff like that. They won't get hung up on your other creatures and stuff nearly as bad as some bigger dinos would. But I'm a huge fan of dimorphodons, and I will absolutely have dimorphodons in my base. Because they're so cool. We actually did had some fun a while back on stream. So I don't know if you're familiar with Captain Fat Dog, but way back in the day, Captain Fat Dog made a video about a dimorphodon turret where he set up a whole system of follows and attack my targets and stuff like that for spotter dinos and all kinds of stuff. And so the other day, we took that and built it on the back of a Quetzal. And something I really, really want to do one day is take a Quetzal with a bunch of dimorphodons on its back and some um, manual Gatling turrets so that you can have, like some allies riding some manual Gatling turrets and then have like 3 whistle groups of dimorphodons and have the person who's flying the Quetzal and the 2 people on the Gatling turrets each control a whistle group of dimorphodons and then just fly around like an aircraft carrier from Protoss and StarCraft, just dropping dimorphodons on unsuspecting enemies and shooting them with Gatling turrets. I think that will be the most fun. Oh, about to go memes. But I am going to make people. I have played a little bit of DayZ. There's something about the graphics in that game that make me sick to my stomach. So I don't play very much. But I have played some. You a big DayZ fan? Oh yeah. I have played a little bit of DayZ. I don't play a lot because there's something about the graphics that makes me sick to my stomach. I have played a little bit. I get like motion sickness or something when I play DayZ. There's no way that I can only make. Oh, weird. I would think riding dinos would be worse for that. Yeah, so I would too. And it's not necessarily the motion of the screen that bothers me. There's just something about um like the way it's pixelated or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but if I look at it for too long, it makes me want to throw up. There's one other game that's happened to me in too. Specifically when I play it on NVIDIA GeForce Now. So I played Dragon's Quest. There you go, Dragon's Quest 10 on my old laptop before it died on me, and I was perfectly fine. It didn't make me nauseous or anything. I played the whole game. But then later, a couple of years ago, I tried to play it again on NVIDIA GeForce Now, and it just made me want to puke, and I don't know why. So maybe there's like an extra bit of input latency or something on those games, and something about the disconnect between what I expect to have happening and what I'm actually seeing causes me to be sick or something. I don't know. But specifically, those two games have given me problems, and so I don't play them. I also just don't think that DayZ is really the right game for me. I feel like DayZ is a lot more focused on PvP, and I like mostly survival with a little bit of PvP sprinkled in. I really like gathering materials and, doing boss fights and building bases, and all that stuff is really interesting to me. And while I do enjoy some PvP, I don't want it to be the primary focus of the game. And I think that's kind of the way it works in DayZ. At least that's what I felt like when I played it. First thing I'm doing when I get over to the island is getting me a bug. Can you maybe attack? Oh, okay, you're attacking all the obsidian. That's fine. Yes, it is. I think that bug taming is probably one of the coolest tames that they've ever added to the game, though. I love the Rhynie Ignatha tame. I think it's fantastic. And I'm so glad that they've gone out of their way to really expand how they go about taming dinos, right? Because, I mean, way back in the day, for the longest time, all you had was passive tames and knockout tames. I mean, it wasn't until like Genesis that you got anything else for taming creatures. And so it gives me, honestly, quite a bit of hope for ARK 2 that, you know, maybe we'll see some really, really cool, interesting ways to tame creatures. Because I think they should be labor intensive, and I think they should be time intensive. I mean, one of the things that's really appealing about the 1X servers is, you know, that it can take hours to tame a Giga or, you know, a Mosasaur or something like that. And so that leaves you out in the world, right? We've talked about this a few times on the channel, where one of the biggest drawbacks to ARK is that so many things, as you get further and further along in the game, take you out of the open world, which really limits your PvP interaction and limits the organic PvP that can occur in the world. And so things like the Dreadnoughtus tame and things like the Rhynie Ignatha tame, which has a lot of stuff that has to be engaged with out in the open world, are really good for the game because they require so much activity outside of your base to do. And so I really love like breeding in this game, but breeding is kind of a terrible thing because so much of it is done in your base and it can grow your power so incredibly. And so you're gaining this huge power spike by never leaving your base. And I think that's kind of bad. So I'm excited to see them continue to make systems like that for taming creatures that require a lot more of that out in the open world kind of activity, because I think that will be extremely important for the game. And it makes me really hopeful for ARK 2. And it's why I hate gotchas. Gotchas are so stupid. Because you can now just get every resource without ever going outside. Just make a gotcha tower. It's honestly something I should have done here on this server, because word on the block is ARK 2 isn't going to be anything like ARK. So I think maybe people are misunderstanding. It is my understanding that ARK 2 is still going to be an MMO style survival game. Yeah. Yeah, so have you seen the game Soul Mask? So there's a survival game called Soul Mask that has very Souls-like, I think it's called Soul Mask, that has very Souls-like PvP. And based on everything I've read about ARK 2, my understanding is that it's going to be like ARK and Soul Mask sort of combined. So I think the thing that they're primarily changing about ARK 2 isn't the overall way you play the game, right? You're still going to be taming dinos. There's still going to be, lots of gathering and building and all that stuff, just like there is normally in ARK. But also, we're just getting a massive update to the way combat works and getting a more varied combat system that has like dodges and stuff like that instead of just running up to somebody and swinging at them with a melee. So you're going to get a much better experience of controlling your character, which may make melee combat actually kind of interesting in ARK 2 instead of everything just being gun combat. It'd be really nice to maybe see some melee combat happen. But I think that's going to be mostly what changes about ARK 2. I don't think they're completely redoing the entire thing. They also are going to have more story involved, and I don't know exactly how that's going to play out. But they have stated, or some people have told me they've stated, that ARK 2 is going to be a much more story-driven game. So I imagine that will mean maybe some NPC locales within the world that are, or within the different maps, that are maybe non-PvP zones, where maybe there are some quests to partake in that are, following some sort of main story quest line or something like that. Or, maybe a little helper like HNLA that is just going to provide you with sort of this quest line as you go through the game. But I don't think that that's going to mean that you don't have the same open world experience. I don't think we're going to get a theme park in ARK 2. I think we're just going to get a deeper story and more story beats to interact with in a still open world environment. Now, I may be wrong about that, but that's what I've gleaned from a lot of what I've seen so far and a lot of what I've been told. That's also what I hope it is. If it's not that, I'm going to be pretty sad. Because I don't want, like a story-driven PvE game. I like the way ARK is now. I would like to see, some different mechanic systems. I'd like to see some more RPG elements to character progression and some stuff like that. But I don't want the game to take any sort of drastic turn towards something totally different. I like riding my dinosaurs. I like chomping on things with my dinosaurs. I like all of that stuff. I like the way the open world feels. It'd be cool if there could be some more objective focus. So that when I didn't quite know what I was needing to do, or wasn't quite able to come up with something to do on my own, maybe the game could point me in a direction. That'd be cool. But mostly I like how ARK plays. If it's more of a single-player PvE storyline experience, Syntac will be really happy. because that'll suit his content really well. A couple of those 100 Days folks will probably get some pretty huge value out of that. I don't think it would be the ARK that we've all come to know and love. More like know and love to hate, I guess. I think they're going to go more PvE driven route because official PvP makes a lot of problems for the devs. That's true. It sure does. But I don't care. I want it. So I honestly, actually, I would be okay if. So the official PvE servers, currently, you can have PvP, right? You just have to start a tribe war and both sides agree to it or whatever. And I'm totally fine with that as a PvP mechanic. If there was no just always on PvP, I don't think the game would be a wash for me. But at the very least, I need to have, some sort of tribe war system. And there needs to be, I think, base rating involved. So many of the dinos in ARK have always had so much value towards rating bases that I think if you completely take that aspect of the game away, then you start to have too few niches for the dinos to fill. And so you just can't have as many dinos as you have now and still feel like they serve enough unique purposes. Even now we have like a bajillion soakers. And while some of those soakers are effective in different situations, some of them are just never effective because there are so many. And so I would hate to see them take away base rating as a mechanic. And then, not be able to have enough interesting, different things for their dinos to do. But I'd be okay if it was only opt-in PvP. Honestly, I think that might be a good thing because then you could, have people who maybe were just breeders. And so one of the things about, I think, the PvP servers is, everybody has to have a breeder in their tribe. Everybody's got to have gatherers in their tribe. Everybody's got to have all these things. And a lot of the people who are interested in breeding and a lot of the people who are interested in gathering and building and stuff like that don't really want to do it on the PvP servers because they don't want their progress lost, right? They don't want to get raided. And so ultimately you end up with people who are PvPers who are secondarily doing a lot of building, doing a lot of breeding, doing a lot of gathering, doing a lot of things that maybe aren't necessarily entertaining to them, and ultimately having to sink way more time into the game because of it. And so if you had more of an opt-in system, then you could have people who were, just breeding and stuff like that and trading, for maybe like PvP exclusive types of rewards with people who were primarily breeding or who were primarily PvPing. And so those people will get the lines that they need to effectively PvP, and the other people will get the rewards that they need to advance their characters or whatever they were doing. I definitely think that you need to have, different types of players sort of coexisting in the same space. Because if you don't, then you don't really have a complete game. And you have people having to interact with parts of the game that just aren't interesting to them at all. And you sort of want those things to be complementary by different players doing them. And in ARK now, that's not really something that happens. So, yeah, I mean, a small change to the way PvP works would be fine with me. even getting rid of the always on open world PvP stuff would be fine. Or maybe limit that always on open world PvP stuff to certain servers if they maintain the same kind of server architecture, which I hope they do because I actually really like the server architecture of ARK. So you know, if everybody builds their home base on like the original map, like an island map, and then all the maps after there are only temporarily buildable. So maybe any structures you build don't just have an auto decay where they can destroy at a certain time. So maybe any structures you build will destroy within 24 hours or something like that. And so going out into these other places and building temporary bases to, you know, gather up resources or whatever it is, PvP, tame, whatever, is going to come with the risk of is going to come with the risk of PvP, but also with the rewards of these other resources or dinos or, you know, richer resource nodes or higher level dinos or whatever it is. And that'll be something that you then trade back with the more standard PvP play or PvE players for, you know, crafting services and stuff like that. That's all just speculation, obviously. But I could absolutely get behind a system like that for sure. Especially because as a PvP player, one of the things that I miss that I don't get to really participate in is I don't ever get to see any of the cool builds that PvE players make. I mean, there would be whole cities and towns and I mean, just all kinds of craziness going on. If you didn't have to worry about your base getting exploded. And I would love to see that. But we'll see what they do. Hopefully we get some more information. I mean, the game was supposed to come out like 3 years ago, so I guess it's about time we get some more info, yeah. Heading out for sleep. Take care. Yeah, you have a good one. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. And thanks for being so active in the chat, asking so many good questions, and, you know, keeping me talking. It's difficult to come up with things to talk about sometimes, so I really appreciate that. Bye-bye. Honestly, that's probably a good spot to stop the stream anyway. We've been going for a good 7 hours. And my voice is getting a little hoarse. I haven't been drinking enough water today. So, yeah. I think we're going to go ahead and end the stream here. I will continue to grind away for, I don't know, probably another 4 or 5 hours. And tomorrow we will have even more turrets made. And maybe we can start working on some Ellie veins or something like that. But I want to thank everybody for coming out today. Thank all the new followers and subscribers. And everybody who is in the chat and lurking. It's been really fun to grow the community and to get to meet all of these new folks and, you know, to have an opportunity to stream and talk to y'all while I play games. I'm really enjoying it. It's making me enjoy my video game time even more than I have in the past. So it's just a huge net positive for me, and it's something I really want to keep doing. And y'all are making that possible and more viable every single day. So I really appreciate that. But I hope everybody has a great night, and I will see you all about the same time tomorrow. Bye bye.